Nice. I set up for you. Here somewhere. Save it just fell on the gravel. Sorry, I'm late. Like I said. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Vihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Vihari Jai Gopi Jana Vallabha Jaya Girivaradhari Jaya Girivaradhari Jai Gopi Jana Vallabha Jaya Jashodanandana Vrajajanaranjana Jashodanandana Vrajajanaranjana Jashodanandana Vrajajanaranjana Jashodanandana Vrajajanaranjana Jashodanandana Jamuna Tira Vanachari Jamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Vihari Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Jayom Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajakaacharya Ashtottara Shatashrishimad. His Divine Grace Abhay Charanara Vinda Bhakti Vedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai, Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Jai, Srimad Bhagavad-gita Ki Jai, Nitai Gaura Premanande. Oh, glory to the Assembly. Hare Krishna, everybody. Thank you all for coming. We've had so many more Bhagavad-gita classes, which is such nectar. We're going to get through it much faster now. It would have been like, how many weeks if we did one a week? Too many years. So, I just say the prayers, the invocation prayers together from the introduction, if you guys want to pull them up. On page 1. You have them? Chant them together. Very, very nice to chant. Om Jnana Timirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Sthapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuta Padakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunathanvitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakhanvitamscha He Krishna Karuna Sindho Dinabandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanusute Devi Pranamami Haripriye Vancha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripasandhobhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya So today we're reading Chapter 2, Text 13, very, very famous verse in the Bhagavad-gita. Actually, Krishna's Srila Prabhupada says it's Krishna's first instruction to Arjuna. So, and then he also said, without understanding this, you cannot begin spiritual life. So I'll chant and you can repeat and then you can chant. So, Dehinosmin yatha dehe Kaumaram yauvanam jara Tatha dehantara praptir Dhirastatra namuhyati Dehinosmin yatha dehe Kaumaram yauvanam jara Tatha dehantara praptir Dhirastatra namuhyati. Would anyone else like to chant? Dehinosmin yatha dehe Kaumaram yauvanam jara Tatha dehantara praptir Dhirastatra namuhyati. Dehinosmin yatha dehe Kaumaram yauvanam jara Tatha dehantara praptir Dhirastatra namuhyati. Dehinosmin yatha dehe Kaumaram yauvanam jara Tatha dehantara praptir Dhirastatra namuhyati. Dehinosmin yatha dehe Kaumaram yauvanam jara Tatha dehantara praptir Dhirastatra namuhyati. Do you want to try, Veda? Dehinosmin yatha dehe Kaumaram yauvanam jara Tatha dehantara praptir Dhirastatra namuhyati. Govinda, you want to give it a go? Dehinosmin yatha dehe Kaumaram yauvanam jara Tatha dehantara praptir Dhirastatra namuhyati. Mother Anuradha, would you like to go? Anybody else? So we'll do the word for word meanings. Dehinaha, of the embodied. Asmin, in this. Yatha, as. Dehe, in the body. Kaumaram, boyhood. Yauvanam, youth. Jara, old age. Tatha, similarly. Deha antara, of transference of the body. praptihi, achievement. Dhira, the sober. Tatra, thereupon. Na, never. Muhyati, is deluded. Translation and purport by Srila Prabhupada. Jai Srila Prabhupada. As the embodied soul continuously passes in this body from boyhood to youth to old age, the soul similarly passes into another body at death. A sober person is not bewildered by such a change. Please repeat. As the embodied soul continuously passes in this body from boyhood to youth to old age, the soul similarly passes into another body at death. A sober person is not bewildered by such a change. Would you like to take turns reading the purport? We can read paragraphs each. Yeah? Who wants to go first?
I don't have the... Since... Oh, wait, can I say just the first line?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Since... Wait, do you want me to say the whole purport? Or do you want to...
Do the first paragraph, the whole paragraph.
Okay. Since every living entity is an individual soul, each is changing his body every moment, manifesting sometimes as a young child, sometimes as a youth, and sometimes as an old man. Yet the same spirit soul is there and does not undergo any change. This individual soul finally changes the body at death and transmigrates to another body. And since it is sure to have another body in the next birth, either material or spiritual, there was no cause for lamentation by Arjuna on account of death. Is this the right one?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. Neither for Bhisma nor for Drona, for whom he was so much concerned. Rather, he should rejoice for their changing bodies, from old to new ones, thereby rejuvenating their energy. Such changes of body account for varieties of enjoyment or suffering, according to one's work and life. So Bhisma and Drona, being noble souls, were surely going to have spiritual bodies in the next life, or at least life in heavenly bodies for superior enjoyment of material existence. So, in either case, there was no cause of lamentation.
Any man who has perfect knowledge of the constitution of the individual soul, the supersoul and nature, both material and spiritual, is called a dhira, or a most sober man. Such a man is never deluded by the change of bodies.
Keep going, another minute. Yeah, read another half of this big paragraph, and then somebody else can finish it.
The next one.
Yeah.
The Mayavadi theory of oneness of the spirit soul cannot be entertained on the ground that the spirit soul cannot be cut into pieces as a fragmental portion. Such cutting into different individual souls would make the supreme cleavable or changeable, against the principle of the supreme souls being unchangeable. As confirmed in the Gita, the fragmental portions of the supreme exist eternally, sanatana, and are called kshara. Kshara?
Kshara, like kshatriya, kshara.
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 That is, they have a tendency to fall down into material nature. These fragmental portions are eternally so, and even after liberation, the individual soul remains the same, fragmental. But once liberated, he lives an eternal life in bliss and knowledge with the personality of Godhead. The theory of reflection can be applied to the supersoul, who is present in each and every individual body and is known as the Paramatma. He is different from the individual living entity. When the sky is reflected in water, The reflections represent both the sun and the moon, and the stars also. The stars can be compared to the living entities, and the sun or the moon to the Supreme Lord. The individual fragmental spirit soul is represented by Arjuna, and the Supreme Soul is the personality of Godhead Sri Krishna. They are not on the same level, as it will be apparent in the beginning of the 4th chapter. If Arjuna is on the same level with Krishna, and Krishna is not superior to Arjuna, then their relationship of instructor and instructed becomes meaningless. If both of them are deluded by the illusory energy, Maya, then there is no need of one being the instructor and the other being instructed. Such instruction would be useless because in the clutches of Maya, no one can be an authoritative instructor. Under the circumstances, it is admitted that Lord Krishna is the Supreme Lord, superior in position to the living entity, Arjuna, who is forgetful soul deluded by Maya.
So, I think first thing Srila Prabhupada addresses here is that the individual soul is changing at every moment. The body is changing, manifesting sometimes as a child, and then youth, old age, so on. And we may not be able to perceive it, but the body is changing. He gives a very nice example in one of his lectures on this verse, that often we see children as they're growing up, and if you haven't seen them over 5 or 6 months, and you see them, you're like, wow, you've grown so much. But the parents don't see that, because we're seeing them every day. This is a very good example. When you see kids after a long period, you see how much they've grown. But the person in that body is not experiencing that change personally. They can't perceive it. In the same way, it's very difficult for us to perceive that the body is actually changing all the time. Prabhupada says in that same lecture that the cells in our body are changing every single day. And then I looked that up, and it's something like 330 billion cells in the body change about every day. 330 billion cells. And of course, there's billions and billions and billions of cells in each body. So over like a 7 to 9 year period, all the cells change once, except for a few, such as like the center of the eye. And there's some cortical neurons within the, what is it called? Not very scientific, but there's a term for it. Within the cerebral cortex, which are responsible for functions like perception, memory, and consciousness. So of all the cells in the body, the middle of the eyes, and these other cortical neurons within the cerebral cortex, they don't change over your life. It's almost like consciousness. You carry your consciousness from your previous body, right? Like the aroma of flowers. That's what Krishna says in the Gita. That your sublime, subtle body carries the consciousness, like the aroma from body to body. The material body stays, but the soul carries these subtle things. So I just found that very amazing when I looked it up. Like every other cell in the body changes regularly, except for these things. That part of the nerve cells that are in charge of memory, consciousness, and perception, how we perceive things. Our conditioning, basically. And our conditioning happens from many bodies, many lifetimes. So I was blown away. The science is saying this now. So that was the first thing. Prabhupada actually said this. In 1972, he was giving a lecture in London on this verse, this very verse. He's given at least 7 lectures on this verse at different times over the 12 years. And this point, actually, the next point he brings up is about dhira. Tells such a wonderful, his own experience. He says, dhira means a wise man. Wise, he knows, he's knowledge, and because he has knowledge, he's undisturbed. So dhira means undisturbed. Sober. Here, the translation is sober. But in this first lecture, in 1966, at Dr. Mishra's ashram, Srila Prabhupada says dhira means undisturbed. Undisturbed mind because of knowledge. So disturbed mind comes because of ignorance. And he gives this beautiful little, his own experience. He said, when I arrived in Boston at the pier, I had to get to Butler, Pennsylvania. And though he had guidance, because it was his first time, he didn't know how to, get on the bus, get the ticket, what to do, everything. He says, because I was so new to this place, I was disturbed. So he says, that because I don't know this place. So ignorance means disturbance. That was his connection. And then he also said, in the same lecture, says, coming on the ship, on the ocean, even though I know that I'm safe on this ship, when there's some disturbance on the ocean, we feel very scared because we're not used to it. It's so foreign to us because we live on land, he said. But for those in the water, it's no big deal. Big storms, nothing disturbs aquatics. But for us, it's foreign. We don't know it. So that ignorance disturbs us. He literally uses these words. So then, if we learn these facts, if we understand death is just a change, new body, new clothes, then it doesn't scare you anymore so much. And that's another point. As you can see in the very beginning, he says, why should he lament? Bhishma and Drona are just going to get new bodies, new, fitter, more energetic bodies. Everyone's trying to do that today. Get younger, get more energy, not be old. So, a little bit of knowledge just changes your whole perception. And that's what's missing. I repeat this every time I get a chance to speak to anybody, is that we're not taught this most important thing anymore, that the body is temporary and the soul is eternal. And I am not this body. If I say raise your right hand, you raise your right hand. If I say touch your nose, you touch your nose. And if I say touch you, where are you? Who are you? Then you go like this. This is me. But you don't say this hand is me. You don't say this nose is me. You don't say this leg is me. What is me? Who am I? And it's such a simple thing, can be explained to children. As soon as they're taught that from a young age, then all of this temporary changing world becomes a little bit less scary, easier to deal with. Like, yeah, this is natural. This is what's meant to happen. This is not a place for eternal pleasure and happiness. This is a temporary place where we're not supposed to stay. No place for a gentle woman or a gentle man. The point of this life isn't to get too comfortable here. Even if you try, you can't anyway. Such a simple thing. But we're not taught that anymore. So then we become adhira. We become scared. We become disturbed. So many causes for disturbance, for distress and depression. Just because we're expecting that in this world I should be peaceful, I should be happy, and what I like should never change. It should always be the way I want it to be. This is so silly. Of course, now people are waking up to this. They're teaching children to become, resilient. Teaching them, yes, you're uncomfortable, it's okay. It'll pass. Shake it off. Get back up. Which is so important. No point in keeping anyone in a bubble, because that's not healthy. And and they may not understand all of it at the age when they start to learn it. But eventually, as, all the karma sets in, apparently starts to really kick in as you turn 15, 16 adult. All that karma starts to kick in reality, in earnest. Before that, you're kind of given some cushioning to get prepared for it. And then it starts to come when you can start to deal with it. So, it's good. If you have that knowledge when you start young, and by the time it starts to kick in, you'll start remembering the words of the Bhagavad-gita, words of Srila Prabhupada, words of Guru Maharaj. And then you'll be prepared for it, and it won't disturb you as much. Naturally, because you're compassionate, you're caring, you're considerate, it will move you. Hopefully it moves you a bit. And it propels you to make sure you get the message out, to get people out of here closer to Krishna, out of their deluded consciousness. So dhira means a wise person, due to his knowledge, is undisturbed. He's steady, sober. Srila Prabhupada says, he is in perfect knowledge of the constitution of the individual soul, the super soul and nature. The individual soul, super soul, and nature, both material and spiritual. So this is so important, right? You have to, we're here. We're sitting here in Australia, in a first world country. We aren't in the Himalayas. This is something I say as well. I repeat it all the time. You can't only have knowledge of the soul, of the spirit. Because what we are bhajananandis, not bhajananandis, goshtianandis. Srila Prabhupada, Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Nityananda Prabhu, they wanted us to come outside and grab everyone and bring them back to their lotus feet. And to do that, we have to engage with them here, on their level, to come out of our comfort zones, come out of Radha Damodar, beautiful Radha Damodar Mandir, near Rupa and Sanatan Goswami's Bhajan Kutir. Why would you leave? Because that's the instruction of the spiritual master. That's the instruction of Mahaprabhu. So then you should understand both material and spiritual. How do you get to somebody? How can you actually empathize? Empathy means to put yourself in their shoes, to feel what they're feeling, to understand where they're coming from. Otherwise, how can you make a difference? You can't. If you have no clue of what they're going through. So, like mothers always have something to share with other mothers. Oh, when I went through that, I did this, like this. So when you're suffering, you understand, you see someone else is suffering, and you want to help them. You understand material nature. Yes, this is Maya. And she's powerful, and this is how she does it. But we know how to help you. So, to understand Krishna's, all of his energies, external, Maya Devi, his other energies, all of his energies, the jivas. When you have full knowledge, then it doesn't sway you so much. And you can also share and help others. So a sober person can also help others. If you yourself are fully disturbed, you haven't put your mask on yet, how can you help someone next to you? Yeah. So, I remember when I was a kid, I used to ask my mom, like, I don't understand, what are you saying when the body's changing? Because I was like, I'm in the same body. I haven't changed into a different person's body. So sometimes it's difficult for some people to grasp what it means by that. Yes, the body is changing, but not to an extent where you die and you take on a whole new body. So then what does this mean? Similarly, at the time of death, you take a new body. Because there's not such a drastic change between boyhood, youth, and old age as leaving this body and going to a new one. It's very difficult to perceive this. But then, for example, it's easy to perceive if you understand who you're talking to when you're talking to somebody. So I'm looking at Vedasar and I'm like, Vedasar, you're right there. Hi, how are you? But then what if maybe I should give somebody else's example. Like my father passed away 2 years ago. So we were lamenting, of course, but his body is still there. Where is he gone? Who is this gone person? Who are we talking about? It's saying, father, husband, brother, spiritual mentor. Oh, he's gone. So who was I talking to every time I referred to him, every time I think of him? I'm thinking of his body, obviously. But the body's there and he's not speaking to me anymore. So we say he's gone. That helps you understand a bit more. That the soul, we forget to look at the soul, we forget to address persons by who they actually are. And this is something that we're not taught, again, same as, you're not this body, you're a spirit soul, eternal part and parcel of Krishna. Imagine if we were taught to learn like this. That's what it used to be. Every time we offer like this whole trend of namaste actually means I offer my obeisances to the Lord within your heart. That's what it means. And to you who is seated next to the Lord. Not just to this body. If we're constantly reminded like this, then imagine all the things we'd be doing for that soul inside this body. If we're constantly reminded, instead of polishing this body, this outer cage, we would be feeding the bird inside the cage, which is the soul. And that's why, all of our spiritual sadhana is to feed the bird in the body, the soul. And of course, we have to look after the cage as well. It's the car that holds the person, keeps it running, maintain the car, fitting. You got to give it servicing, put the oil change, put the fuel, change the oil, fill up the water, check the tires. All this is necessary, yes. But then why? You just keep polishing it, cleaning it, wax it, and just keep it on display. What's the point of all that? What about the driver? You have to feed that driver too. And we forget that not only are we not this body, we are spirit soul, but this spirit soul is an eternal part and parcel of Krishna. fragmental part of Krishna, like the sun and its rays. These fragmental portions are eternally so, and even after liberation, the individual soul remains the same, fragmental. Krishna says in Bhagavad-gita, 15th chapter, Mamaivamsho jiva bhuta, jiva loke, jiva bhuta sanatana, mana shashthani indriyani, prakritisthani karshati. So mama eva vamsha amsha, my portions, amsha, jiva bhuta, the spirit souls are my fragmental portions, and they're eternal. And because of jiva bhuta sanat, because of their conditioned life, they mana shashthani indriyani prakritisthani karshati. They're thinking that they're doing with the help of the mind and the six senses. They're getting bound. So if you remember, not only are you not this body, you're eternal spirit soul, part and parcel of Krishna, a spark of his energy. And you're eternally happy, actually. Your true nature is spiritually endless pleasure, spiritual endless pleasure. We can't even conceive of this. But Prabhupada says, again in one of those lectures, he talks about Prahlad Maharaj and Hiranyakashipu, what Prahlad Maharaj tells Hiranyakashipu, that famous shloka. Sorry, which one? Griha Andakupam. Yeah, Prahlad Maharaj does say that one. But so this one is Tat sadhu manye suravarya dehinaha. And then Salasamudvigna dhiyam asadgrahat hitvatmapatam grihamandhakupam vanagatoyat vanamgatoyat dharimashrayeta. So he addresses his father as the king of the demons, best amongst the demons. Of course, his father loves that. It's not an insult to him. And he says, the saintly people have taught me, and this is what I believe, that accepting that they are this body, this wrongness, they've accepted something so wrong that they are this body. And they are full of anxiety. Their intelligence has been destroyed because of this, because of accepting that the temporary body is real. So, hitvatmapatam griham andhakupam. But giving up this place where self-realization is stopped. So isn't that an interesting way to put it? So atmapatam. Patam means to fall very low. To kill. Remember atmahana? Similar to that. Where you just wish the worst for yourself. Atma. Patam. You're just completely degrading yourself. And you're in this well where there's no water. So that's what he compares this material world to. We're looking for water, for happiness, where there is none. Andhakupam. Andha means darkness. This well of darkness. So hitva means giving it up. When you give up this and go to the forest, take shelter of Lord Hari, then only you can actually begin spiritual life. When you come out of this complete falsehood that you're this body. And then Prabhupada says, Prahlad means one who is actually full of spiritual pleasure. Alhadini. So Krishna's pleasure potency is Alhadini Shakti. So Prahlad means one who is full of spiritual pleasure. And then he says, Hiranyakashipu on the other hand. Hiranya means gold. Kashipu means soft pillow, soft bed. So when we think of gross material pleasure, what is it? Gold and soft bed. So wealth, all these gross material, all the four regs, chuck them out the window. That's Hiranyakashipu. Yeah. So, material happiness. There you go. Prabhupada said, Hiranyakashipu embodies material happiness. Hiranyakashipu, material happiness, and Prahlad, spiritual pleasure. So as soon as we identify as conditioned by this material body, we're stuck with it, then you can't actually experience any real pleasure. What to speak of unending pleasure. So, Spirit Soul is blissful, full of knowledge, eternal, Satchidananda. How are we going to come back to our constitutional position as blissful, eternal, conscious, fully in knowledge, knowing servants of Krishna? How can we get back there? So, the Prabhupada also talks about the asuras and the devas. Opposite of asura, or a demon, is a deva. Asuras want nothing to do with God, only interested in material sense pleasure. Whereas the devas, they're connected to God, and they actually experience unending spiritual pleasure. And they know that life is for realization of their position in connection to God. So, and which is the, absolute truth, supreme truth. And that he goes on, the asuras, the demons, demoniac people, even up to the Mayavadis, because they want to become God, want to merge into God. So their idea, okay, after this body, okay, body is temporary, they agree to that. Soul is eternal. But after this body, they say you merge back into God. So this is, Prabhupada says it's worse than the atheists. Because at least atheists are not trying to become God. They're not envious of God. Of course, they're killing him as well. It doesn't exist, be murdering him, killing him. But when you want to become God, that kind of envy, in the garb of dharma and religion, it's just some kind of, it's just some kind of crime that doesn't sit right, not even with me. So in the garb of being devotional and humble and God-fearing, serving humanity, at the end of it all, I will become God. This kind of atrocity, just criminal thinking is, Prabhupada talks about it right here in the purport. The soul cannot be cut. So there was never a time, just previous on Tuesday, was it Natvevaham Jatu Nasham? natvam neme janadhipa. There was never a time when I was not here, nor you, nor these kings, nor will there ever be a time when all of us are not here. It's very clear. We're always all going to be here. We always were, we always all will be here, separately. Not that at the end of this birth, you merge into one supreme God. The reason why that's very difficult for some people to understand is they don't want to be in a serving relationship with anybody. So the duplicitousness of that humility, so-called humility of the Mayavadis. I was brought up in India, and you see them everywhere. They wear orange garb, they're shaved heads. But a lot of them still eat meat, they smoke. But they walk around in the garb of monks, and their goal is to become God. So they don't want to serve anybody. They don't want to serve Krishna for sure. But even to become God, they're not willing. And then what scripture are you talking from anyway? Prabhupada also says that in the purport. If Krishna and Arjuna were of the same level, then why would he be fit to instruct Arjuna? Only after Arjuna accepted that I'm your disciple and I'm bewildered, this miserly because I'm only thinking about my enjoyment in relation to my family and my relatives and this kingdom. Karpanya dosha pahata svabhava. Prichhami tvam dharma samudacheta. Please instruct me what is good for me. I am your disciple. Please take me. Only after when he accepts Krishna as his guru, then Krishna speaks. And under these circumstances, as Prabhupada says, under the circumstances, it is admitted that Lord Krishna is the Supreme Lord, superior in position to the living entity, Arjuna, who is a forgetful soul deluded by Maya. So if you can't even accept the very first instructions, Krishna is saying, Nainam chindanti shastrani, na chainam dahati pavaka. This is the very first few shlokas. Never was there a time that we didn't exist, nor will there ever be. So we're always going to be there. You don't merge into nothing later. Your individuality remains. And nothing can cut the soul, moisten the soul by water or withered by wind. Nothing can change the soul. It's very clearly written here. So why? How do they work around this? If you don't accept Krishna as an authority, why are you quoting the Bhagavad-gita to begin with? But Maya is very powerful, and she has many agents to help us stay. If you want to stay here, she'll help you that way. Everyone will come to help you with your cause. On the other hand, she's very merciful too. If you say you want to get closer to Krishna, she'll help you there too, until the very end. Then she'll put her guards up to see how genuinely you actually want to serve Krishna. Shankaracharya came to help the Mayavadis spread their... Lord Shiva himself, instructed by the Supreme Lord, came to fight the bad battle. It's like, he didn't want to. Who wants to go away from Krishna? Apparently we do. So eternal fragmental portions, eternally a fragment, never to become one with him again. So many important points in this purport. If anyone has any questions now.
Hello? What do you mean when you refer to Maya's agents?
Just any opportunity, basically, that helps you not surrender to Krishna. Could be person, place, thing, or animal.
Yeah.
Anything.
Yeah.
A devotee sees a tree and he's reminded of Krishna. A non-devotee can see a tree and be not reminded of Krishna. A person can be talking about Krishna and a non-devotee will see something else in it.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's anything that doesn't, yeah.
You said in the beginning that knowledge, if you have knowledge, you are not disturbed, and you are disturbed because of ignorance. Is the knowledge the only factor to be undisturbed? Because I was thinking there could be also karma or modes and things like that. So
Karma or?
modes, the modes.
Modes, the three modes, yeah.
Or it could be the only factor. Actually, they are all related as well, but I wanna, could you elaborate a little
You
more
just answered
about
your own question. It's knowledge of the modes and karma. Isn't it? Like, that's, if we just understood the Bhagavad-gita, we'd have karma, the three modes, material nature. It's all in there. Of course, none of us fully get it, but we're trying and we get some of it. And
also, another question related to this is, although we know all these things, but still we are disturbed. So how can you really, like, undisturbed and truly know knowledge?
like I said, I mean, Prabhupada gave the example of his own experience when he reached, the Boston Pier. And he had that letter from, what was it? Agarwal in Butler. I can't remember his first name. He had instructions and guidance of which bus to catch, how to do it all, but he was disturbed. Prabhupada was disturbed. So we're going to be somewhat disturbed. But at the same time, if you remember, Krishna's always there with you. And if you're trying to carry out your Guru Maharaj's instructions, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati, Prabhupada said, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur sent all of you to me to help. And for 2 years, how much Prabhupada struggled? So much disturbance. He lived in squalor. People were stealing what he didn't even have. He didn't have anything. That was also getting stolen. So Maya Devi really does test us in the end. So she's very kind. If you want to get closer to Krishna, she'll help. But in the end, she does put up that sacred barrier. He's my little brother. How much do you actually want to get close to Krishna? You have to prove it. It's almost like walking through fire. But for Prabhupada, what to speak of us? At the same time, you know that Mahaprabhu and Lord Nityananda are with you. Even if we don't want to go, Lord Nityananda is going to take us. Even if we don't want to go. You just have to remember it. Hold on to his lotus feet. So externally, it's going to feel a lot more disturbing. It's going to look very disturbing. And you see Prabhupada's frail body in the end. But he was not in pain, actually. It was already transcendental to it. So yes, material world is full of horrible pain and disturbance. You can choose to be in it that way, or you can choose to have Lord Nityananda's lotus feet in your heart at all times and still go through it. And now you know you can't leave the mafia anymore. It's too much. You know too much. You know how Maharaj says it. You can try, but you won't be able to. You know their lotus feet once, there's no going back. Cooling like millions of moons, Lord Nityananda's lotus feet. So all that disturbance just becomes, just breathe, sleep on it. Next day it's manageable. That's how we do it.
Can I ask one more question? It's kind of side topic, but you said Mayavadi, they don't want to serve others, but to speak of God. But in my experience, when I was in Korea, when I was going to Buddhist temple who are Mayavadis, they actually serve really nicely. They feed us like prasadam distribution, how we do. And also they serve like selflessly at the temple. So how can you understand their attitude like that?
That's what I found too. I mean, it looks like they're really humble and submissive and completely selfless. But what is their goal? Why are they serving you? Why are they serving you? So they can become what? What is the goal? Do you know? Nirvana? I suppose it's at least better than wanting to become God, I have to say. They merge into the effulgence. Away, no more bodily distress. So you give up this material body, temporary material body, you merge into the Brahman, effulgence of the Lord. So at least the bodily distresses won't be there anymore. That's what nirvana is. Brahma nirvanam gacchati. Remember that shloka we learned in Bhakti Shastri at the very beginning? It's the last shloka of the first chapter. Where is it? So the last shloka is, no, sorry. Anyway, so their goal in life is to stop having, they say desires cause pain, isn't it? That's the Buddhist belief. These lobha, engaging in the material world, wanting this, wanting that, is what causes all the distress. Expectations, great expectations. If you don't have any, don't want anything, then you won't have to be unhappy because they're not going to be fulfilled. Understand? Great expectations means great distress, great depression. But if you have no expectation, if I don't expect anything good from you, then when you don't look at me and don't smile at me, is it going to faze me? No. So from this material world, I can't expect any smiles or any of my great dreams to be fulfilled. If I don't expect anything, then I won't suffer so much. That is the Buddhist philosophy. Better not to have any desires, don't engage. And to do that, you have to get out of this temporary body to the light, where there is no more desire. But then guess what? After a while, They get so damn bored up there, they come back down. Because that's not our nature. Our nature is to be happy, to have a relationship. Satchidananda. So we are eternal, and we are full of knowledge and bliss. So if you're going to put me in a place where I can't joke with somebody or have a loving relationship, either as a mother or a parent or as a friend or as a servant or as a lover, then I'm not going to be satisfied. And eventually, hankering for that, I will come back down. Desires, again, starting from Brahma all the way down to the insect. And back to the human form, hopefully evolution. So, now you know this. And that's the Bhakti Yoga process, is like, we're just saying, put Krishna inside. Include Krishna. Because you cannot stop your desires. You can't just turn them off. What is it? Rasavarjam rasopyasya param drishtani vartate. You need a higher taste. You need to keep engaging the senses. And if your ultimate desire isn't related to Krishna, unfortunately, it's going to be temporary and then bring you back down, because you're just not going to satisfy the soul, which is eternally blissful, full of knowledge. It's Satchidananda. Yeah. If your desire isn't to please Krishna, then it is a material desire. So if I want to merge into the impersonal Brahman just for decreasing my material pains, it's not enough. It's better than not acknowledging the cause and the reason why I'm here. Yes, I am here because I have material desires, so I have to curb them, dovetail them. Very easy. Varnashram dharma is there. You can use all of your desires. Put Krishna in your life. And then all your desires can be accommodated within some healthy boundaries. But then better than that is to acknowledge. And it's very difficult today to try and think of someone else's pleasure more than ours, because we're not taught like that anymore. Everyone is like, you do good for yourself. You do you. You get ahead. All of them ahead ain't happy. Go check it out. They all by themselves. Anyway, any other questions? No? Okay. Thank you. Bhagavad-gita ki, Srila Prabhupada ki.
ज्ञान तिमिरान्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जना शलाकया चक्षुरुन्मिलितं येन तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। श्री चैतन्यमनोभीष्टं स्थापितं येन भूतले स्वयं रूप कदा मह्यं ददाति स्वापदन्तिकं। वन्देऽहं श्रीगुरौ श्रीयुतापदकमलं श्रीगुरुन् वैष्णवंश्च। श्रीरूपं साग्रजातं सहगना रघुनाथान्वितं तं सजीवं साद्वैतं सार्वभूतं परिजनासहितं कृष्णचैतन्यदेवं श्रीराधा कृष्णपदं सहगना ललिता श्रीविशाखान्वितंश्च। हे कृष्ण करुणा सिन्धु दीनबन्धु जगत्पते गोपेशा गोपिका कान्त राधा कान्त नमस्तुते। तप्त कंचन गौरंगी राधे वृंदावनेश्वरी वृषभानुसुते देवी प्रणमामि हरिप्रिये। पांचकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपा सिन्धुभ्यैव च पतितानं पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः। जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद। हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे। राधे जय जय माधव दैते। राधे जय जय माधव दैते। गोकुल तारुणी मंदल महिते गोकुल तारुणी मंदल महिते। राधे जय जय माधव दैते। राधे जय जय माधव दैते। गोकुल तारुणी मंदल महिते गोकुल तारुणी मंदल महिते। दामोदर राति वर्धन वेशे हरि निष्कुत वृंदा विपिने से। दामोदर राति वृंदा विपिने से। राधे जय जय माधव दैते। गोकुल तारुणी मंदल महिते। वृषभानुदारी नव शशि लेके ललित सखी गुण रमिता विशाखे। वृषभानुदारी नव शशि लेके Lalita Saki Gunaramita Visakhe Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite. Gokula Taruni Mandala Mahite Karunam Kurumai Karuna Bharite Sanako Sanatano Vanita Charite Karunam Kurumai Karuna Bharite Sanaka Sanatano Vanita Charite Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhav Daite. Gokula Taruni Mandala Mahite Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nitai Gauranga Jaya, Nitai Gauranga. Nitai Gauranga Jaya, Nitai Gauranga. Jai Sachinandana Gaura Hari. Jai Sachinandana Gaura Hari. Nitai Gauranga Jaya, Nitai Gauranga. Nitai Gauranga Jaya, Nitai Gauranga. Jai Sachinandana Gaura Hari. Jai Sachinandana Gaura Hari. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Jai Sisi Nitai Gaura Premanand. Shiva Jaya Jaya Gaura Chande Aruti Kasupa. Janovi Tatovani Jagamana Lubha. Kibodokine Nitai Bame Gadadha. Nikate Adaita Srini Vaso Chatro Daro. Ibo Bosi Ache Gauratan Ratno Singho Sane. Aruti Konina Brahma Adideva Gane. Hari Adi Kori Chamara Dhulayo. Sanjaya Mukunda Basu Gosadi Gayo. Kibo Shankar Baje ঘন্ট বাজে বাজে কারো তাল মধুর মৃদঙ্গ বাজে পরমারসাল শঙ্খ বাজে গান্ত বাজে মধুর মধুর বাজে 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 মধুর মধুর বাজে মাধুর বাজে নিতাই গৌর হরি বল হরি বল হরি বল হরি বল নিতাই গৌর হরি বল হরি বল হরি বল হরি বল হি বাবা হো কৌতে চন্দ নি वदन यु काल गाला दे से वन्न माल करे जाला माल की शिवा शुक नारद प्रेमी गादो गादो भक्ति विनोद देखे गौरार संपाद जय जय गौरंग चंदे आरती को शोभा जानो वितात वाने जगमानलो गौरंगे अरुतिक शोभा जगजन मानलोभा गौरंगे अरुतिक शोभा जगजन मानलोभा गौरांगे अरुतिक शोभा जगजन मानलोभा गौरांगे अरुतिक शोभा जगजन मानलोभा जगजन मानलोभा जगजन मानलोभा नित्य गौर हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल नित्य गौर हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल नमः विष्णुपदाय कृष्णप्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदान्त स्वामिनिति नामिने नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेषा शून्यवादी पश्चात्यादिषु नारिणे जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासदि गौरा भक्त वृंद जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासदि गौर भक्त वृंद जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासदि गौर भक्त वृंद Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga Jai, Nitai Gauranga, Jai Sachinandana Gaura Hare, Jaya Sachinandana Gaura Hare. Jai Krishna Balaram, Jai Giri Govardhan, Krishna Balaram, Giri Govardhan. Jai Radha Govardhani, Radha Govardhani Radhe. Jai Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Nitai Gaur Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Hari Bo. Jai Shri Shri Gaunitai ki, Shri Shri Krishna Balaram ji ki, Giriraj Govardhan Dhari ki, Shri Shri Radha Govardhan Dhari ki, Jai Srila Prabhupada ki, Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda ki, Gaur Premanande. out of Singapore? Yes. That delay is a gentle submission.
Where are you going? Here, take this.
Namaste Nashimaya Baladadaya Daine Hiranyakashi Purvakshaha Ita Tankana Kalaye Nashima Varato Nashima Nashima Shima Vadim Saranam Prapade Bahir Nashima Idaye Nashima Shima Vadim Saranam Prapade Davakara Kamala Varena Bhuta Shringam Dalita Hiranyakashipu Danuvinda Keshavalita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Navakara Kamala Varena Adhuta Shringa Dalita Hiranyakashipu Danuvinda Jaya Nashimhadev Jaya Nashimhadev Jaya Nashimhadev Jaya Nashimhadev Jaya Palan Maharaj Jaya Palan Maharaj Jaya Palan Maharaj Jaya Palan Maharaj Jai Gora Haribo 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 Nitai Gora Haribo
Yashomadhi Nandan. Or Radha Krishna. Yeah, maybe. It's too hard on the harmony. This is better. Yashomadhi Nandana Brajavara Nagara Yashomadhi Nandana. Can you give me a phone? Gokula Ranjana Kana Can you find the words? Gokula Ranjana Kana Gopi Parana Dhana Madana Manohara Kaliya Damana Vidhana Kaliya Amala Hari Nama Amiya Vilasa Amala Harinam Amiya Vilasa Amala Harinam Amiya Vilasa Vipina Purandara Navina Nagara Bara Vipina Purandara Navina Nagara Vamshi Vadana Suvasa Vamshi Vadana Suvasa Vamshi Vadana Braja Jana Palana Surakula Nashana Braja Jana Palana Braja Jana Palana Asurakula Nashana Nanda Godhana Rakhavala Govinda Madhava Navanita Daskara Govinda Madhava Sundarananda Gopala Sundarananda Gopala Jamuna Tatachara Gopivasanahara Jamuna Tatachara Gopivasana Rasa Rasika Kripamaya Rasa Rasika Shri Radha Vallabha Vrindavana Natabara Shri Radha Vallabha Vrindavana Natabara Rakati Vinodashaya Bhakati Vinodayashaya Jaya Radha Govardhana Radha Govardhana Shri Radhe Jaya Radha Govardhana Radha Govardhana Shri Radhe Bolo Bhakti Vinod Thakur ki jai. They sing this Radha Vallabha every night.